Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Twilight cast long shadows across the restored gardens of Isengard, where the once barren landscape now teemed with life. Ancient trees, tended by the vigilant Ents, whispered secrets of bygone eras as they swayed in the gentle evening breeze. Amidst this serene tableau stood the obsidian spire of Orthanc, its dark pinnacle piercing the amber sky like a needle through silk. Ilarian's slender fingers trembled as he unrolled the weathered parchment. The elven archivist had spent months cataloguing the recovered writings of Saruman the White. But this scroll, sealed with an unfamiliar mark of silver and blue, stood apart from the others. The wax seal bore the unmistakable sigil of Gandalf the White, a flame encircled by stars. "By the light of Arendil," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the rustling leaves. "It cannot be." The parchment crackled beneath his touch, the elegant script seeming to shimmer as if written in starlight rather than ink. Ilarian's eyes widened as he deciphered the ancient runes, instructions for a ritual to open a temporal doorway within Orthanc during a celestial alignment that occurred but once every millennium. According to the astronomical charts in the margin, that alignment would happen in exactly 7 days. "Oh, what secrets have you uncovered, young one?" The voice belonged to Brethil, the eldest of the elven scholars residing in Isengard. Her silver hair cascaded over shoulders bent with the weight of centuries, yet her eyes remained bright as polished mithril. "A message from Mithrandir himself," Ilarian replied, using the elven name for Gandalf, written before his departure across the sea, or perhaps before his fall in Moria. "It speaks of a way to pierce the veil of time." Brethil's expression grew grave. "Such knowledge was never meant for mortal hands, nor immortal ones. The flow of time is not a river to be diverted at will." Yet Gandalf foresaw a need great enough to leave this knowledge behind, Ilarian countered, passion rising in his voice. The message suggests he anticipated his own passing and prepared this path to send wisdom across the ages. The following dawn found Ilarian riding east, the precious scroll secured within an enchanted case against his chest. If they were to attempt the ritual described in Gandalf's writings, he would need help beyond the lore masters of Isengard. His journey took him first to the glittering caves of Aglarond, where Durin's folk had established a flourishing colony under the leadership of Gimli's descendants. There he found Thorin Stonehammer, a master builder whose understanding of ancient structures was unrivaled among his kind. The dwarf's beard was streaked with silver, his hands calloused from decades of work with stone and metal. Orthanc was built by the Númenóreans at the height of their power, Thorin mused, studying the diagrams on the scroll. Its foundations tap into ley lines that crisscross Middle-earth. If there were ever a structure capable of housing such a ritual, it would be the Black Tower. From Aglarond, they journeyed to the ethereal forests of LOTR, though much of its former glory had faded with the departure of Galadriel. There dwelled Nimrodel, a seer whose dreams often revealed glimpses of paths yet untrodden. Her silver eyes seemed to look through Ilarion rather than at him as she spoke. "I have seen fractured reflections of this moment," she said, her voice melodious yet distant. "A tower both broken and whole, a wizard both young and old. A choice that ripples across the tapestry of fate." Their final companion joined them unbidden on the road, back to Isengard, a ranger who materialized from the shadows as they made camp beneath the eaves of Fangorn Forest. He called himself Strider, though Ilarion suspected this was an homage rather than his true name. His weathered face revealed little, but the star-shaped brooch that fastened his cloak spoke of Dunedain heritage. "The stars have been restless of late," the ranger remarked, his eyes reflecting the campfire's dance. "They speak of disturbances in the fabric of creation." "You know of our quest?" Thorin asked gruffly. The ranger nodded. "Whispers travel quickly through the wild places of the world. I know of Gandalf's scroll and your intent to open a door that should perhaps remain closed. Yet you do not stop us," Ilarion observed. "And I come to witness," Strider replied, "and perhaps to ensure that whatever crosses the threshold does not bring ruin in its wake." The night before the alignment, the four companions stood atop Orthancs, the wind whipping their cloaks as they prepared the ritual chamber. Thorin had reconfigured the tower's central chamber according to the scroll's specifications, revealing channels in the floor that corresponded precisely with the ley lines running beneath the tower. Nimrodel arranged 7 crystals, gifts from the remaining Eldar, in a pattern that mirrored the coming stellar alignment. Strider stood apart, his keen eyes scanning the darkening horizon as if expecting pursuit. "It begins," Ilarion announced, as the first star of the alignment winked into existence overhead. The ritual commenced, with Ilarion reciting words of power in ancient Quenya. The crystals resonated in harmony, their light intensifying with each syllable until they seemed to contain captured stars. The very air within the chamber grew heavy with potential, shimmering like heat above desert sands. As the final star took its place in the heavens, a column of blue-white light erupted from the center of the chamber, stretching upward through an opening in the tower's peak. Within this pillar of radiance, shapes began to form and dissolve. Fleeting images of events both remembered and forgotten, faces familiar yet strange. Then, with a sound like thunder contained within glass, the light collapsed inward, revealing a figure crouched at the center of the crystal array. Smoke curled from his grey robes, and when he raised his head, Ilarion gasped at the familiar yet younger face of Gandalf the Grey. This was not the Gandalf who had fallen in Moria, nor the White Wizard who had returned. This was Gandalf, as he might have appeared centuries ago, his beard shorter, his eyes sharper, his shoulders unbowed by countless burdens. "Well," the wizard said, climbing unsteadily to his feet and leaning on a staff that seemed to have materialized with him. "That was most unpleasant." Before any could respond, the tower trembled. Cracks appeared in the obsidian walls, glowing with an unnatural crimson light. The crystals shattered one by one, their fragments swirling around the chamber like deadly hail. "It follows still," Gandalf muttered, his expression darkening. With a swift gesture, he created a barrier of blue light that deflected the crystal shards. "Quickly now, we must seal the passage." Working together, Gandalf and Ilarion spoke words of unbinding, while Nimrodel sang a counter-melody that seemed to soothe the fabric of reality itself. The cracks in the walls receded, the red glow fading to nothing as the tower settled once more. In the silence that followed, all eyes turned to the wizard from beyond time. "You are not the Gandalf we know," Strider said, his hand resting casually on his sword hilt. "No, I suspect not," the wizard agreed, In your timeline, did Gandalf fall in Moria? He did, Ilarion confirmed. Though he returned as Gandalf the White, relief flickered across the wizard's features. Then there is hope yet. In my world, I never fell. I faced the Balrog and prevailed, but at terrible cost. Over mulled wine in a lower chamber, Gandalf revealed his tale. In his timeline, he had defeated the Balrog but was gravely wounded, unable to guide the Fellowship further. Without his counsel, Frodo had eventually succumbed to the ring's influence. Sauron had reclaimed his prize, and darkness had swept across Middle-earth, but that was merely the beginning. Gandalf continued, his eyes haunted. With the ring restored, Sauron discovered something even I had not foreseen. A method to transcend physical form entirely. He became something beyond Dark Lord or Maya, something that could reach across dimensions and pull at the threads of causality. And this entity followed you through time, Nimrodel asked, her melodious voice tinged with horror. Not Sauron himself, but his servants, temporal aberrations he created specifically to hunt me. They seek to prevent me from changing the course of events. Why come here? Thorin demanded. Why not travel further back, before the ring was even forged? The currents of time are not so easily navigated, Gandalf replied. I could only aim for nexus points, moments where multiple futures converge. I chose this period because here the memory of my counterpart remains strong, and Sauron's influence has waned enough to give us a fighting chance. Ilarion leaned forward. What must we do? Gandalf's eyes gleamed in the firelight. We must gather the descendants of the Fellowship, those who carry the echoes of their ancestors, courage in their blood. Together, we will seek out artifacts that Sauron feared even at the height of his power, the 7 seals of Eregion. Those are but legends, Strider protested, lost since the Second Age. All legends have their roots in truth, the wizard countered, and I have knowledge of their whereabouts. At least, in my timeline. As dawn broke over Isengard, painting the restored gardens in hues of gold and amber, the companions stood ready for the journey ahead. The aberrations would be hunting them, drawn to Gandalf's displaced presence like wolves to blood. We face a long road with uncertain end, Gandalf told them, leaning on his staff. But I have walked a similar path before, alongside companions no less unlikely than yourselves. And if there is one truth I have learned across all timelines, his eyes twinkled with a familiar light, it is that even the smallest person can change the course of the future. With these words, the wizard turned his gaze eastward, toward the rising sun and the adventures that awaited beyond. The Tower of Orthanc stood silent behind them, guardian of a secret now set loose upon the world, a second chance for a timeline undone, and perhaps salvation for them all. Story 2. The red sun hung like a wounded eye above the cracked plains of Rhûn, where dust devils danced between abandoned caravans and the bleached bones of beasts long forgotten. Here in the east, far from the verdant fields of Gondor and the mist-shrouded forests of the elves, the world bore scars that never truly healed, legacies of ancient wars and fallen kingdoms that time had failed to erase. Ereniel adjusted her weathered mercenary's cloak, its drab colors concealing the finely crafted Gondorian armor beneath. Her hand never strayed far from the pommel of her sword, Twilightbane, even as she navigated the crowded marketplace of Carmez, the last trading outpost before the great emptiness of the eastern desert. 6 months had passed since she left the White Towers of Minas Tirith, carrying sealed orders from the King's Council and memories of a home increasingly threatened by shadows that should not exist. "And they say he healed Vorin's daughter," whispered a leather-skinned merchant to her left, his eyes darting nervously as if speaking of forbidden things, touched her forehead and drew the shadow sickness right out of her body. It coiled like black smoke in his palm before he crushed it to nothing. Old fool, probably used desert herbs and trickery, his companion countered, though uncertainty wavered in his voice. But no wizard has walked these lands since the War of the Ring. Araniel pressed a copper coin into the merchant's hand. This healer in grey, where can he be found? The merchant's eyes narrowed with suspicion, then widened upon noticing the gleam of steel beneath her cloak. The villagers of Karuz took him in. 3 days, ride northeast, near the Twin Peaks. But be warned, stranger, they protect him fiercely. As Araniel rode through barren landscapes toward the distant mountains, she recalled the council's urgent whispers. Shadow creatures had been infiltrating Gondor's courts, leaving behind nobles whose memories had been partially devoured, their minds riddled with holes like moth-eaten tapestries. Some forgot their own children, others could no longer recall sacred oaths or ancient defenses. The king himself had awakened one morning, unable to remember the name of his own sword, and then the rumors had reached them. Tales of an old wanderer in the east with a silver-tipped staff and powers not seen since the days of Gandalf the White. The Last Istari, some called him, Karuz, revealed itself as a surprisingly verdant valley nestled between 2 jagged peaks. Gardens flourished where only scrubland should exist, and clear water flowed in channels beside neatly arranged stone houses. Children played beneath fruiting trees that had no business thriving in such harsh lands. "You seek the Grey Pilgrim," stated a weathered woman who intercepted Araniel at the village entrance. Not a question, but a certainty. "I come from Gondor," Araniel replied, choosing honesty over her practiced deceptions. "The Shadow Eaters plague our lands." The woman studied her with eyes the color of thunderclouds. "I am Zareen, elder of Karuz. The one you seek arrived a season ago, half dead from thirst. He asked only for water and a quiet place to rest. By the next dawn, our dying wells flowed freely, and the blight that had cursed our crops for generations had vanished." She gestured toward the flourishing valley. "We did not ask his name. Names have power, and he clearly wishes to hide his. I must speak with him," Araniel insisted. "He dwells in the ancient hermitage carved into the eastern peak." Zareen pointed to a series of small windows visible high on the mountainside. "But be warned, daughter of Gondor, he is not what legends claim." The path to the hermitage wound treacherously up the mountainside. As Araniel climbed, the air grew curiously light, and distant sounds reached her ears with unnatural clarity. Children's laughter from the village below, the whisper of eagles soaring high above, and strangest of all, what seemed like the creaking conversation of the ancient twisted trees that somehow clung to the rocky slope. At the hermitage entrance, she found a simple wooden door, unadorned, save for a small carving of a tree with 7 stars above it, the emblem of Gondor. "Enter if you come in peace," called a voice from within, soft yet carrying the resonance of distant thunder. The chamber beyond was spare but comfortable, illuminated by windows cut into the living rock and a small hearth in which blue flames danced without fuel. Books and scrolls lined rough-hewn shelves, and dried herbs hung from the ceiling beams, filling the air with fragrant wisdom. Near the hearth sat an old man in grey robes, his beard white as mountain snow. His hands gnarled like ancient roots as they cradled a wooden cup. "I am no one of consequence," he said before Araniel could speak. "Merely a wanderer who has found a quiet place to contemplate the evening of his days." His eyes, when they met hers, were deep wells of sorrow and knowing. "They call you the Last Istari," Araniel said, kneeling before him out of respect rather than protocol. "They say you perform miracles reminiscent of Gandalf the White." A look of pain crossed the old man's features. A Gandalf was a name of legend, a bearer of light in dark places. I am but a shadow of such greatness, a healer of small hurts in forgotten corners of the world. "Gondor needs your aid," Araniel continued, undeterred. "Shadow creatures devour memories, leaving only hollowed husks behind. Our greatest scholars cannot combat this threat." The old man set down his cup, fingers trembling slightly. "And who sent you to bring me back, like some relic to be displayed in your white towers?" "The King's Council." "Ah." His smile held no warmth. "Politicians who remember glory but forget its cost." He gestured toward the lone window that faced west. "Tell me, daughter of warriors, do you know what lies beyond the sea? What promises were made to those who served faithfully in the great wars?" Before Araniel could answer, a disturbance echoed from the village below, shouting and the clash of steel. She rushed to the window to see riders in black cloaks sweeping through Karuz, their horses' hooves striking sparks from the stone paths. "They have found me more quickly than I anticipated," the old man sighed, rising with surprising agility. He reached for a staff leaning against the wall, a gnarled length of ashwood, capped not with crystal or precious metal, but with a simple sphere of polished olive wood. "We must away through the back passages." "Who are they?" Araniel demanded, drawing twilight bane. "The harbingers, servants of one who once called himself my brother in purpose, if not in method." The old man's eyes darkened. "Morinitar, once known as LOTR the Blue." As they fled through narrow tunnels carved deep into the mountain, the old man spoke between labored breaths. "Morinitar was sent east, as I was, to counter Sauron's influence among these lands. While Gandalf and the Western wizards confronted the Dark Lord directly, we were to ensure he could not rebuild his strength here." His voice grew bitter. "I failed in my vigilance." "Morinitar did not. Failed how?" Araniel asked as they emerged onto a narrow ledge overlooking a hidden valley. "I became enamored with the small magics, healing the sick, nurturing growth, bringing comfort to the suffering. Morinitar sought greater power, delving into forbidden arts that allowed him to extract and consume memories." The old man paused, leaning heavily on his staff. "So he believes himself righteous still, collecting knowledge that would otherwise be lost to death and decay." Their path led them through ancient groves, where trees whispered warnings of pursuit, and across streams that seemed to redirect their flow to wash away their tracks. By nightfall, they had reached a sanctuary of standing stones, their surfaces carved with symbols that glowed faintly in the darkness. "We will be safe here until dawn," the old man said, touching one of the stones with his staff. The symbols flared briefly, creating a dome of subtle light above them. "These were raised by my kind in the early days, when our purpose was still clear to us." Araniel built a small fire, watching as the old man settled himself cross-legged before it. "You still have not told me your name." "I have worn many," he admitted, his gaze lost in the flames. "But the one given to me when I arrived on these shores was Radagast." "Radagast the Brown," Araniel breathed. "The chronicles speak of you as a friend to beasts and growing things." A sad smile creased his weathered face. "Yes, while Saruman built his machines and Gandalf guided the free peoples, I spoke with birds and tended wounded creatures. The others thought me simple, distracted by minor concerns, while greater evils gathered." His eyes reflected the dancing flames. They were not entirely wrong. "Yet you survived when they did not. Survival is not victory," Radagast countered. "After the fall of Sauron, I continued my wanderings, believing my task complete. Meanwhile, Morinitar built a silent empire in the east, transforming himself into something no longer Istari nor fully mortal. When I finally discovered his works, I confronted him alone instead of seeking aid. His fingers traced a scar visible at his throat. My failure allowed his shadow eaters to spread westward. Is that why you hide your identity? Shame. Caution, Radagast corrected. Morinitar hunts me because I know his weakness. As long as he believes Gandalf has returned, his attention focuses on finding and destroying me, rather than expanding his dominion. By morning, 3 of the Harbingers had found them despite the sanctuary's protections. They were tall figures in midnight robes, their faces hidden behind masks of polished obsidian. Where they walked, grass withered and small creatures fled in terror. "Stand aside," one commanded Araniel, its voice like stone grinding against stone. "We seek only the false wizard who dares claim Mithrandir's mantle." "I claim nothing not my own," Radagast replied, stepping forward with surprising dignity. His staff glowed with gentle amber light. "But neither will I allow you to spread Morinitar's corruption further west." What followed was both beautiful and terrible. A battle not of swords, but of wills and ancient powers. Radagast's amber light met the Harbingers' writhing shadows, and the very air between them shimmered with conflicting magics. Araniel found herself temporarily blinded, her warrior's instincts useless against forces she could barely comprehend. When her vision cleared, 2 of the Harbingers lay motionless on the scorched earth. The third knelt before Radagast, its mask shattered to reveal a face both ancient and youthful, its eyes pools of swirling darkness. "Your master's memory eaters cannot feed on what I freely give," Radagast was saying, one hand pressed against the creature's forehead. "Take this knowledge back to him. I'm coming to end what I should have stopped an age ago." As they continued their journey toward Gondor in the days that followed, Araniel observed subtle changes in her companion. Radagast stood straighter, his steps more purposeful, his eyes clearer. The staff that had seemed a mere walking stick now occasionally flared with power when dangers approached. "You let them believe you were Gandalf returned," she noted, as the white towers of Minas Tirith finally appeared on the horizon. "Why not reveal yourself now that we approach the city?" Radagast gazed at the distant citadel, with complex emotions playing across his weathered features. Gandalf was beloved and respected. His word would rally armies and unite kingdoms. A hint of mischief sparkled in his eyes. Radagast the Brown was considered a dotard who spoke to hedgehogs while the world burned around him. "Which do you think your council will listen to?" Araniel considered this as they walked the final miles toward the gates of the White City. "Well, perhaps what the world needs is not another Gandalf," she finally said, "but precisely what you are, a healer of small hurts who understands that even the quietest magic can turn back the greatest darkness." Radagast's laughter rang out, startling nearby birds into flight. "Well spoken, daughter of Gondor. Perhaps there is hope for these troubled lands after all." He straightened his grey robes and gripped his staff more firmly. "Come then. Let us see what wonders a brown wizard dressed in grey might work in these white halls." Above them, an eagle circled thrice before winging eastward, as if carrying news to distant lands that the last of the Istari had finally come home. Story 3. The midnight sky above the Ered Luin, the blue mountains, shattered with light as a star fell from the heavens. Not the gentle arc of a shooting star, but a plummeting blaze that cleaved the darkness like a flaming sword. The impact shook the ancient stone, sending birds wheeling in panicked flight and stirring creatures that had slumbered since the First Age. Where the star struck, A crater smoldered, its edges crystallized to glass by unimaginable heat, while at its center lay not celestial rock, but fragments of light that pulsed with their own inner radiance. In the dwarven mining settlement of Khazad-Vorn, Durin's folk emerged from their halls, eyes turned skyward in wonder and apprehension. Among them stood Thorin Ironheart, his beard braided with silver clasps that marked his lineage to the great kings of old. The tremors had collapsed a newly excavated tunnel, trapping 3 of his kin beneath the mountain. "Ready the rescue party," he commanded, hefting his warhammer, "and bring the seeing stone. I would know what fell from the stars this night." Far to the west, in the green hills of the Shire, Peregrine Fairbairn startled awake in his comfortable hobbit hole, his heart racing with inexplicable urgency. The distant boom had not been loud enough to rouse him, yet something had called him from dreams, a voice both familiar and impossibly ancient. It whispered of fire and shadow, of a duty passed down through blood and bone. By dawn, he had packed his rucksack with provisions, his mother watching in bewilderment as her adventure-shy son strapped on a short sword that had hung unused above their hearth for generations. "I must go east," was all he could explain, not understanding himself why the mountains suddenly called to him. In the twilight realm of Lothlorien, where the last elves of Middle-earth maintained their fading sanctuary, Aranel Starborn knelt beneath ancient malon trees whose silver leaves whispered secrets of ages past. Her fingers traced patterns in the sacred pool, its waters temporarily clouded with visions she could not interpret. 5 figures silhouetted against flame, a shadowy form reaching through a tear in the world's fabric, and beneath it all, the unmistakable eyes of Mithrandir, Gandalf the Grey, watching with patient expectation. "The time of the elves is ending," murmured Celeborn, Lord of the Golden Wood, his immortal features solemn as he observed her scrying. "Yet it seems we have one final task before we sail west." At the eastern edge of the known world, where the trading caravans of Rhûn met the wilderness of Khand, Zarina of the Amber Eyes counted coin at her merchant's stall. Half Easterling, half something her mother had never named, she had made her fortune through keen wits and uncanny instincts. Those instincts now prickled at her nape, warning of change. The foreign merchant who had sold her the curious crystal pendant that morning had vanished from the marketplace, leaving behind whispers of a falling star and ancient prophecies. And in the northern wastes, where the Forodwaith kept their vigil against creatures born of forgotten sorceries, the ranger Arathorn Thalison tracked footprints across fresh snow, footprints that vanished impossibly mid-stride. 3 nights of this phantom hunt had led him in an unwavering line toward the Blue Mountains. His weathered hand occasionally drifted to the leather pouch at his belt, where a shard of unusual metal burned with gentle heat against his skin, a gift from his father upon his deathbed, with instructions to guard it until the sky breaks and the wizard's light returns. These 5 souls, separated by leagues and lives, felt the same inexorable pull toward the mountains. Each carried a piece of something greater than themselves, fragments of memory, legacy and power that had slumbered for a century since Gandalf the Grey departed Middle-earth for the Undying Lands. The crater glowed with ethereal blue light when Thorin reached it, having climbed treacherous paths no dwarf had mapped. What he found defied explanation, not a meteorite, but what appeared to be a shattered staff of polished white wood, its fragments emitting the light of captured stars. As he reached for the nearest piece, images flooded his mind, a bridge of shadow, a demon of fire and darkness, and an old man in grey falling endlessly into the abyss. "Durin's beard," he whispered, cradling the fragment. Heat radiated through his gloved palm, not burning but awakening, as if dormant forges long cold within his blood now roared to life. The stone beneath his feet trembled in response. No longer inert mountain, but living earth that recognized a new master. When Peregrine arrived 3 days later, having traveled with uncharacteristic hobbit haste, he found the dwarf sitting cross-legged before the remnants, deep in meditation. "You're late, halfling," Thorin rumbled without opening his eyes. "I've been expecting you." "Expecting? We've never met," Peregrine protested, though something in his heart recognized the dwarf as surely as kin. "Not in this life, but we've been called by the same voice." Thorin gestured to the fragments. "Take what belongs to you." Hesitantly, Peregrine approached the scattered pieces. One seemed to brighten as he neared, a curved section that might have formed the staff's handle. The moment his fingers closed around it, a symphony of light danced behind his eyes. Endless libraries of knowledge, languages long forgotten, and the warm glow of fireworks illuminating children's delighted faces. "I can see so much," he gasped, sinking to his knees beside the dwarf. "Too much." "It will settle," Thorin assured him. The wizard's memories find their proper channels in time. By the week's end, all 5 had gathered at the crater, each drawn unerringly to a specific fragment of the staff. Aranel claimed a piece inlaid with silver runes that awakened in her the power to perceive the unseen currents of magic flowing through the world. Zarina's fragment, the crystal headpiece, granted visions of distant places and times, while Arathorn's portion kindled flames with a thought and spoke to the primal forces of nature. They made camp within the crater, sharing stories of their journeys while trying to comprehend the powers awakening within them. On the 5th night, as they slept beneath stars that seemed unusually bright and watchful, they shared a single dream. Gandalf stood before them on a windswept peak, his white robes billowing, his eyes reflecting infinite wisdom and sorrow. "Heirs of the secret flame," he addressed them, his voice carrying the rumble of thunder and the gentleness of rain. "I left Middle-earth believing my task complete, the shadows vanquished. I was wrong." The dreamscape shifted, revealing a void between worlds where a formless darkness gathered strength, a malevolence older than Sauron, more fundamental than evil itself. Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, was cast into the void at the end of the First Age, Gandalf continued. For millennia, the Valar believed him contained beyond the walls of night. But his essence has found cracks in his prison. Echoes of his power return through spaces between dimensions. The darkness coalesced into a towering form with eyes like dying stars. "I cannot return to fight this battle." Gandalf's form began to fade. "But I have sent back what power I could spare, fragments of my essence to guide worthy vessels. You 5 must stand where I cannot." Before any could question him further, the dream dissolved, leaving them gasping awake beneath the cold light of stars. In the days that followed, they tested their new abilities, Thorin commanding stone to reshape itself, Peregrine absorbing knowledge from ancient texts at impossible speed, Aranel weaving protective enchantments from moonlight, Zarina glimpsing shadowy figures gathering in distant fortresses, and Arathorn calling fire from the air itself. Yet with these gifts came discord. Zarina's visions revealed tragedies from each companion's past, stirring old resentments. Thorin's ancestral hatred of elves surfaced in bitter arguments with Aranel. Arathorn's ranger pragmatism clashed with Peregrine's scholarly caution. And beneath it all lurked a growing suspicion. Gandalf had warned that one among them would fall to darkness, becoming the conduit through which Morgoth's influence would fully enter the world. "The fragments change us," Aranel observed one evening, her luminous eyes troubled as she watched Thorin shape a stone fortress with mere gestures. Each day, we become less ourselves and more vessels for another's power. Would that be so terrible? Thorin countered, his voice deeper than before, resonating with authority that made even the ranger's hand instinctively move toward his sword. To become instruments of greater purpose. Peregrine, who had grown unnaturally still and thoughtful for a hobbit, looked up from ancient texts he'd brought from the Shire. Histories none of them had realized he could now read, written in languages long dead. Gandalf was offered ultimate power once, and refused it. That refusal defined him more than any magic he wielded. Their debates might have fractured their fellowship entirely, if not for the attack that came with the new moon, shadow creatures pouring from crevices in the mountain, drawn to the fragments, light like moths to flame. The five fought as one despite their differences, powers complementing each other in ways that suggested Gandalf had chosen his heirs with deliberate purpose. Arathorn's fire illuminated the darkness. Thorin's stonecraft created barriers that channeled the creatures into killing grounds. Aranel's enchantments weakened their substance, while Zarina's foresight allowed her to anticipate each new wave. And at the center stood Peregrine, the most unlikely warrior, wielding not just his short sword, but fragments of spells gleaned from Gandalf's memories. When dawn finally broke and the last shadow dissipated, they stood breathless amidst the destruction, bound now by battle as much as by their shared inheritance. Yet victory had come at cost. During the fight, each had glimpsed something disturbing in one of their companions. Thorin had commanded stone with the arrogance of one born to rule, his eyes briefly flaring with ambition that transcended mere dwarven pride. Aranel's enchantments had twisted toward domination rather than protection at crucial moments. Arathorn's fire had burned with unnecessary cruelty. Zarina had hesitated before warning of an attack, as if briefly tempted to let it succeed. And Peregrine, gentle Peregrine, had whispered words of power that made the very air recoil in ancient fear. "One of us will fall," Zarina voiced, what all now accepted. "Gandalf's prophecy demands it. Then we watch each other," Arathorn decided, cleaning shadow blood from his blade, "and we prepare to do what must be done if any shows signs of corruption." Their journey had only begun. They must travel to the 7 corners of Middle-earth to gather artifacts capable of sealing the dimensional breaches. The fragments of Gandalf's staff would guide them, growing in power as they joined their quest to ancient magics scattered after the First Age. The Silmaril beneath the sea, the forgotten forge of Aule, the mirror of Galadriel, abandoned in Lothlorien's fading glory, the sealed door beneath Minas Tirith where the Witch King's crown lay still wrapped in protective spells. Yet as they descended from the Blue Mountains toward the first leg of their quest, a sense of fateful inevitability settled over the company. The power they carried was meant to save Middle-earth, or to doom it utterly. And not even Gandalf's fractured memories could tell them which outcome awaited at journey's end. In the void between dimensions, something ancient stirred with renewed purpose, sensing the fragments of divine fire now loose in the mortal world. It had waited an age for precisely such an opportunity, a vessel worthy of its return, one bearing the essence of the Maiar themselves. 5 potential hosts now carried pieces of Gandalf's power. One would be chosen, one would fall, and through that fall, Morgoth would rise again. Story 4. Dappled sunlight filtered through the ancient canopy of Ithilien, where trees older than memory stood sentinel over forgotten paths. Their gnarled branches intertwined overhead, creating a cathedral of living wood, where whispers of bygone ages rustled among leaves that shimmered like emeralds in the golden light. Here, in this borderland between Gondor and the shadows of the east, the veil between worlds grew thin, and those with ears to hear could sometimes catch fragments of conversations long past. Faramir, son of Denethor and Prince of Ithilien, had always possessed such ears. Even as a child in the white halls of Minas Tirith, he had heard the stones murmuring tales of glory and despair. Now, as he wandered deeper into his domain's most secluded groves, those whispers grew more insistent, drawing him onward like an invisible thread tugging at his very soul. The morning mist clung to his boots as he navigated a narrow deer trail that no map recorded. His rangers would be concerned by his solitary excursion, particularly so close to the ruins where strange lights had been reported for 3 consecutive nights. But something in those lights called to Faramir's blood, a familiar resonance he had not felt since the days of the Ring War, when wizards walked openly among men. "You always were too curious for your own good, little brother," he could almost hear Boromir say, and the phantom admonishment brought a wistful smile to his bearded face. The path opened suddenly into a clearing where stone monuments, weathered by countless seasons, formed a perfect circle around a central dais. Faramir recognized the craftsmanship immediately, not the work of men or elves, but something more primordial. The same hands that had shaped the Argonath had left their mark here, though this place appeared far older. Runes spiraled around each monolith, glowing faintly with inner light that pulsed like a slumbering heartbeat. At the circle's center lay a staff, no, a scepter, half buried in loamy soil. Ancient yet untarnished, it gleamed with a luster that no natural metal could maintain through centuries of exposure. Intricately carved runes similar to those on the monoliths adorned its length, and at its crown sat a crystal that seemed to contain swirling galaxies within its depths. Faramir approached cautiously, one hand resting on his sword hilt. 20 years of relative peace had not dulled his warrior's instincts. His breath caught as recognition dawned. The runes were Istari script, the secret language of wizards. And there, among the flowing symbols, was a mark he had seen only once before, in ancient texts within Minas Tirith's deepest archives, the personal sigil of Gandalf the White. When his fingers closed around the scepter's shaft, the world fractured around him. Visions cascaded through his mind in a torrent of light and shadow. Barrow Downs, where ancient kings slumbered restlessly beneath cold earth. A ritual circle where hooded figures chanted words that burned the air, and rising from their midst, a crowned spectre whose empty eyes held the chill of countless winters, the Witch King of Angmar, whom all believed destroyed, reforming from scattered malice into corporeal dread. Faramir staggered backward, the scepter clutched tightly in white-knuckled hands. Though the visions faded, their implications remained, burning in his mind with terrible clarity. The Witch King, first and deadliest of the 9 ringwraiths, was gathering his essence back to physical form through some eldritch ritual. And somehow, Gandalf had foreseen this, leaving this scepter as both warning and weapon. "My lord!" The call broke through his revelation. Beregond, captain of his white company, burst into the clearing with drawn sword, 4 rangers close behind. "We heard your cry from half a league distant." Had he cried out? Faramir couldn't recall, but his throat felt raw. "Gather the council," he commanded, wrapping the scepter in his cloak, "and send messengers to King Elessar in Minas Tirith. The peace we have enjoyed is about to be tested." 3 days later, Faramir stood in his study within the restored halls of Emin Arnon, the scepter lying across a table before an audience of troubled faces. The journey ahead was clear, though its outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty. They must travel north to the ancient barrows, where the Witch King gathered strength, and there use Gandalf's scepter to disrupt the ritual before it reached completion. The northern wilderness is no place for a prince of Gondor. argued Lord Damrod, a grizzled veteran who had served under Faramir's command during darker days. "Send your rangers, my lord, but do not risk yourself." "The scepter chose me," Faramir replied simply. "It responds to no other hand." This was true. All who had attempted to lift the artifact had found it immovable, as if carved from the bedrock itself. Only in Faramir's grasp did it remain light as a willow branch, thrumming with dormant power. "At least take a proper company of soldiers," Damrod persisted. Mablung, Faramir's most trusted scout, shook his head. "Speed and stealth must be our allies. A large force would draw attention we cannot afford. Besides," added a new voice from the doorway, "the Barrow Downs don't take kindly to military expeditions. They prefer smaller parties." All eyes turned to behold a diminutive figure leaning on an ornate walking stick. Calith, master runesmith of the Iron Fist Dwarves, had arrived unannounced from her eastern enclave. Her silver-streaked auburn hair was elaborately braided with small metal charms that clinked softly with each movement, and her keen eyes missed nothing as she surveyed the assembly. "Oh, do the mountains whisper of ancient evils stirring?" she declared, approaching the table to examine the scepter. "My kin felt the tremors beneath the stone 3 moons past. I've been following their echoes westward ever since." Faramir had never met this particular dwarf, but reputation preceded her. Calith was said to be the greatest rune master of the age, having studied forbidden texts recovered from Moria's deepest archives. If anyone could decipher the scepter's full purpose, it would be her. She circled the artifact, muttering in Khuzdul, then looked up at Faramir with newfound respect. Gandalf was always too clever by half. This is no mere scepter. It's a key, a map, and a weapon wound together in one. The runes speak of locks and doorways, of binding what was broken and breaking what was bound. Her finger hovered above the crystal headpiece. "Undo, this stone was cut from the same quarry that yielded Narya, the ring of fire that Gandalf himself wielded." A hushed silence fell over the room. Even 2 decades after the War of the Ring, artifacts connected to the 3 elven rings commanded reverence and not a little fear. "Can it defeat the Witch King?" Faramir asked directly. Calith's expression grew troubled. "Perhaps, but every key opens doors in both directions. Using its power comes with great risk, to the wielder most of all." Their company departed at dawn, a small band of 5 that seemed woefully inadequate for the task before them. Faramir led, the scepter secured across his back in a custom leather harness crafted by Calith. The dwarf herself rode beside him atop a sturdy mountain pony, muttering constantly as she transcribed the scepter's runes into a small leather-bound book. Mablung scouted ahead, while Beregond guarded the rear. Between them rode the most unexpected member of their fellowship, Aldemir, a Rohirrim rider whose haunted eyes and prematurely grey hair spoke of burdens beyond his 30 years. He had arrived at Emin Arnon the previous evening, guided by dreams so vivid he could describe the scepter in perfect detail despite never having seen it. "Medu, the White Rider, came to me in my sleep," he had explained, using the Rohirrim name for Gandalf. "He showed me a barrow where shadow and light wage war, and said my blood remembers what my mind has forgotten." What that cryptic message meant, he could not say, but Faramir recognized the hand of fate when it reached for him so directly. Their journey took them through lands both familiar and strange. They skirted the western borders of Mordor, where tentative green now crept across blackened plains, nature slowly reclaiming land long poisoned by dark sorcery. They forded the Anduin at a hidden crossing known only to Gondor's rangers, and passed like ghosts through the empty ruins of Osgiliath, where spirits of the fallen were said to still reenact ancient battles on moonless nights. As they traveled northward, following the path that the scepter's crystal indicated through its subtle pulses of light, the land grew progressively wilder. Settled farms gave way to isolated homesteads, which in turn surrendered to untamed wilderness, where the fourth age of Middle-earth seemed not to have taken hold at all. On the seventh night, as they camped beneath ancient oaks, Faramir was awakened by the scepter's crystal flaring with blinding light. He bolted upright to find a figure standing at the edge of their camp, a tall, thin shadow against the deeper darkness of the forest. "Who approaches?" he demanded, hand moving to his sword. The figure stepped forward, revealing a gaunt countenance with eyes that reflected the starlight unnaturally, like a predator's. "One who walks between worlds," came the reply, the voice a rasp that seemed to originate from no human throat. "Neither living nor dead, but bound to both realms." Beregond was instantly alert, placing himself between the stranger and Faramir, but the prince gestured for restraint. "I am Morithir," the creature continued, approaching with an unnatural gliding gait. "Once servant to powers you called enemies, now masterless and seeking purpose." Kalith had awakened as well, her hand clutching a rune-carved hammer that hummed with suppressed energy. "Shadow Walker," she hissed. "Wraithkin." "All that and less," Morithir acknowledged with a shallow bow. The great eyes' fall-severed bonds both cruel and sustaining. Many of his lesser servants perished. Some fled to eastern lands. Asad lingered, drawn to the spaces between light and dark. Faramir studied the creature carefully. Neither fully corporeal nor entirely spectral, Morithir seemed composed of shadow-given substance, his edges occasionally blurring into the surrounding night. In another lifetime, Faramir would have struck without hesitation at such a being. But the war had taught him that evil was not always irredeemable, and that unlikely allies could emerge from former foes. "What brings you to our camp, Morithir?" he asked directly. The shadow creature's gaze fixed on the scepter. "The staff of the White Wizard calls to those attuned to the currents of power." I sensed its awakening. A flicker of what might have been amusement crossed his featureless face. "And I know what rises in the Barrow Downs. The Witch King was my master's most valued servant, but never mine. His return would benefit none who value their freedom." By morning, their company had reluctantly gained a sixth member. Morithir moved at the edges of their group, occasionally vanishing entirely only to reappear hours later with intelligence about the path ahead. Trust came slowly, if at all, but pragmatism prevailed. They needed every advantage against the power gathering before them. The Barrow Downs appeared on the horizon 10 days later. Ancient burial mounds that rose from mist-shrouded plains like the knuckles of a buried giant. Green light flickered between the mounds, casting sickly illumination across twisted landscape. The very air felt charged with malevolence, pressing against them like an invisible tide seeking to push them back. "The ritual nears completion," Morithir warned, his form growing more substantial as they approached, feeding on the ambient dark energies. 3 days remain before the Witch King gains corporeal form." Faramir felt the scepter pulse against his back, its rhythm matching his heartbeat. Each step forward became a battle of will against the oppressive atmosphere. Aldemir rode with eyes closed, swaying in his saddle as if hearing distant music. Kalith clutched her rune charms, muttering protective incantations that created a bubble of resistance around their party. As night fell, they made camp in the shadow of the southernmost barrow. There, beneath stars that seemed cold and distant, Faramir finally understood the true purpose of Gandalf's scepter and the price its wielder must pay. The crystal spoke directly to his mind, revealing visions of the ritual's completion and the devastation that would follow if the Witch King rose again. It also showed him how the scepter could disrupt the ceremony, but only through a sacrifice freely given, a portion of one's soul, he murmured, tracing the runes that now seemed desperately clear. That's the cost of using its power. Calith nodded solemnly. The scepter draws strength from its bearer, taking a piece of their essence with each use. Gandalf designed it thus, a safeguard against misuse. How many uses before nothing remains? Beregond asked, the loyal guard's face pale with concern. That depends on the strength of the wielder, Calith replied. And the magnitude of the power called forth? To stop the Witch King's return would require the scepter's full potential unleashed at once, a price potentially too steep for any mortal to survive. As this realization settled over the company, Faramir gazed across the misty barrows with newfound clarity. Gandalf had left this scepter as both blessing and curse, knowing it would find its way to someone willing to pay the ultimate price. Whether that sacrifice would be sufficient and who among them would make it remained to be seen as they prepared to face the darkness awaiting within the ancient tombs. But as the scepter hummed against Faramir's palm, one truth became certain. By dawn, the fate of Middle-earth would once again hang in the balance, with only a small company of unlikely allies standing between the world and a terrible resurgence of ancient evil. Story 5. The twilight mist clung to the crystal spires of Valinor like gossamer veils, transforming the immortal realm into a dreamscape of soft edges and muted brilliance. Even here, in the undying lands where the firstborn and the Maya dwelled in eternal harmony, nightfall brought with it a hush of reverence, a collective pause to honor the passing of another perfect day. But this evening's silence carried an undercurrent of disquiet that rippled through the Hall of White Flames, where the Council of the Wise had gathered in unprecedented urgency. 3 days without word, murmured Elrond, half-elven, his ageless face grave as he traced the rim of a silver chalice with slender fingers. Though centuries had passed since he had laid down the burden of Middle-earth's protection, the former Lord of Rivendell had lost none of his keen perception. Mithrandir would not journey into the Shadow Mountains without purpose, nor would he maintain such silence unless prevented. Across the circular table of white marble, Lady Galadriel's luminous eyes reflected the dancing flames of the hearth. Her golden hair, undiminished by time, cascaded over shoulders that had borne the weight of a kingdom and a ring of power. The signs are unmistakable, she said, her melodious voice carrying the gentle authority that had once commanded the forests of Lothlorien. A darkness stirs in places long abandoned, not the shadow of Morgoth or his lieutenant, but something more intimate, more personal. The gathered council, ancient elves who had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, who had fought alongside gods and against demons, stirred uncomfortably. None wished to speak aloud the fear that had brought them together, that Gandalf the White, the mightiest of the Istari, had vanished without trace. At the edge of the circle stood Thalon, watching the proceedings with carefully concealed trepidation. Younger than the assembled elven lords by several millennia, he had served as Gandalf's apprentice for merely 50 years, a heartbeat in the long count of immortal lives. His dark hair was pulled back in the simple style of scholars, his robes the muted grey of one still earning the right to claim a wizard's true mantle. In this gathering of legends, he felt like a child among giants. Someone must follow his path, Círdan the shipwright declared, his ancient eyes finding Thalon's with unsettling precision. Someone who knows his mind, who can trace his intentions where others might see only wilderness. Thalon felt the weight of expectation settle upon his shoulders like a physical burden. Before he could protest his inadequacy, the massive doors of the hall swung open, sending the white flames of the central hearth dancing wildly. A figure staggered in, her silver armor dented and stained with substances best left unidentified, blood, both crimson and something darker, more viscous, matted one side of her pale golden hair. "Miriel," gasped Elrond, rising swiftly to catch the warrior as she stumbled. Thalon recognized her immediately. Miriel Stormblessed, once captain of Galadriel's guard in Lothlorien, exiled to Valinor not as a reward, but as a sentence. Though her crimes were whispered of only in the darkest hours of night, all knew she had been banished from Middle-earth after the War of the Ring for deeds that had helped secure victory, yet transgressed even the flexible morality of warfare. "The White Wizard," she rasped, accepting Elrond's support with obvious reluctance. "I found him, or rather, what remains of him." A collective intake of breath swept through the hall. Thalon felt his heart constrict within his chest. "He lives," Miriel continued, silencing the murmurs with a raised hand. "But he is changed. The mountains have claimed him. The darkness has—" She faltered, searching for words that could encapsulate the horror she had witnessed. "He has become the very corruption he sought to contain." Dawn painted the eastern sky with tenuous fingers of light as Thalon and Miriel departed from the crystal docks of Valinor. Their vessel, a sleek elven craft designed for speed rather than comfort, cut through the waves with supernatural precision. Behind them, the immortal realm slowly faded into the mist like a half-remembered dream. "Gun, you should not have volunteered," Miriel said, breaking the tense silence that had persisted since their departure. Her armor had been repaired, her wounds tended, but a shadow lingered in her eyes, the memory of what she had witnessed in the mountains. "This journey is not for an apprentice. I am all that remains of his legacy," Thalon replied, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon where Middle-earth waited. "If Gandalf has truly fallen into darkness, then perhaps only one who studied his methods can understand how to bring him back." Miriel's laugh held no mirth. "Studied his methods? Child, I have lived 10 of your lifetimes. I fought alongside Mithrandir when the world was younger and darker. I have seen him call down lightning from clear skies and speak words that could shatter stone." Her expression hardened. "Me? What you learned were parlor tricks, lights to amuse children and small magics to ease the burdens of daily life. You know nothing of his true power." The rebuke stung, but Thalon had endured worse from his master. Gandalf had never been an easy teacher, demanding perfection while offering praise as rarely as rain falls in desert lands. "Perhaps," he conceded, "but I know his heart. And that may prove more valuable than knowing his strength." The warrior's gaze lingered on him a moment longer, reassessing. Then she turned away, her attention returning to their course. "We make landfall at the Grey Havens by nightfall. From there, we travel east to the Misty Mountains, then south to the darker range, where shadow and stone become indistinguishable." Her voice dropped almost to a whisper. "And where I found him consuming the very darkness he was sent to fight." Thalon suppressed a shudder at the image her words evoked. What happened in those mountains? What was he seeking? For a long moment, he thought she would not answer. The elven vessel surged forward, propelled by winds that seemed to respond to Miriel's will alone. Finally, she spoke, her voice distant, as if recalling something best forgotten. "Udir, there are curses older than Sauron, apprentice, malices that slumbered through the ages, too fundamental to be wholly destroyed even by the powers that shaped the world." Her fingers absently traced a scar that curved from her temple to her jaw, a wound that should have healed without trace on an immortal being, yet remained vivid against her fair skin. One such curse was waking. Gandalf sensed it and journeyed to the mountains alone, believing he could contain it as he had contained so many threats before. But something went wrong, Thalen prompted when she fell silent. Miriel's eyes met his, ancient and haunted. The curse was designed for one such as him, a being of raw, magical potential. It could not spread through the world without a suitable vessel. Her voice broke slightly. He transformed himself willingly, apprentice. He became the vessel to prevent the curse from finding another host, to contain it within himself. The implications struck Thalen like a physical blow. Gandalf, the White Wizard, wanderer and guardian of Middle-earth for over 2,000 years, had sacrificed himself once more. But this time, rather than falling into shadow and returning purified as he had after his battle with the Balrog, he had become the shadow itself. "We are not going to save him," he realized aloud. "The Council is sending us to destroy him." Miriel did not answer, but her silence was confirmation enough. Middle-earth had changed in the century since Thalon had last walked its shores. The prosperity following Aragorn's reign had given way to new tensions as the dominion of men expanded into realms once held by other races. The great forests had receded, the mountains had been delved for riches, and in many places the old magics had faded like morning mist before the rising sun of progress. Their journey took them through lands where Gandalf was remembered only in children's tales, a kindly old man with fireworks and wise sayings, rather than one of the most powerful beings ever to walk the mortal world. In villages and towns, they heard distorted accounts of the War of the Ring, with Gandalf's role diminished to that of advisor rather than the orchestrator of Sauron's downfall. "As they forget so quickly," Miriel observed, as they departed from a settlement where an innkeeper had regaled them with a fantastical version of the Battle of Pelennor Fields that omitted the wizard entirely. "It has been barely 5 generations since he helped save their world." "Perhaps forgetting is their gift," Thylon replied, watching children play in fields where armies had once clashed. "They are not burdened by the weight of perfect memory as the Eldar are. Their path led them eventually to the foothills of the Shadow Mountains, a range so ancient it had no name in the common tongue. Here, the very landscape seemed to resist their presence. Paths disappeared beneath their feet, streams changed course overnight, and shadows lingered long after the objects that cast them had moved on. Wildlife grew scarce, then absent altogether, leaving a silence broken only by the whisper of wind through barren rock. On the 7th day of their ascent, they encountered the first sign of Gandalf's corruption. A grove of twisted trees stood in a perfect circle, their bark blackened as if by fire, yet their leaves an unnatural luminescent white. At the center lay the remains of a campfire, cold but somehow untouched by time, the ashes looking as fresh as if the flames had been extinguished moments before. Miriel knelt beside the fire, her expression troubled. "He rested here," she said, passing her hand over the ashes without quite touching them. 3 weeks ago, by my count, the curse was already taking hold. See how the trees bend toward the center. They grow not toward sunlight, but toward him, drawn by the power he now contains. Thalen examined the trees more closely, noting how their trunks twisted unnaturally, contorting to lean inward like supplicants before a dark altar. Their roots had torn free of the earth in places, reaching across the ground toward the cold campfire. "What is this curse?" he asked, keeping his distance from the unsettling grove. "What does it want?" "All curses want the same thing, apprentice," Miriel replied, rising gracefully despite her heavy armor, "to spread, to consume, to transform the natural order into a reflection of their creator's will." She gestured to the grotesque trees. This particular malice was crafted during the First Age by a sorcerer whose name has been deliberately struck from all records. It corrupts magic itself, turning light to shadow, creation to destruction, healing to harm. Thylon felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air, and Gandalf absorbed this entirely into himself. He believed he could contain it. Miriel's voice softened with something almost like compassion. When I found him, he was still fighting, still Gandalf enough to recognize me, to warn me away. But the struggle was consuming him. Each time he used his power to keep the curse in check, it fed on that very magic, growing stronger. Her hand moved unconsciously to the scar on her face. When I refused to leave, he lashed out. Not with intent, I think, but as a reflex. The curse recognized me as a threat to its new vessel. The implication was clear. Even Miriel, a warrior who had faced the darkest servants of Sauron, had barely escaped with her life. What chance did an apprentice have against a corrupted Maiar? As if reading his thoughts, Miriel fixed him with a penetrating stare. That is why the Council sent you, Thylon. Not because you can match him in power, none now remaining in Middle-earth could, but because he taught you, because some part of him, however deeply buried, might still recognize a student he valued. Valued. Thylon couldn't keep the bitter note from his voice. He criticized everything I did. No magic was powerful enough, no insight deep enough, no progress fast enough. And yet he kept you at his side for 50 years, Miriel countered. Gandalf has never suffered fools or failures. If you truly had no potential, he would have sent you away within a season. Before Thylon could absorb this revelation, a sound reached them, a low, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from the mountain itself. The twisted trees trembled, their luminescent leaves brightening in response. Something ancient and powerful had sensed their presence. He knows we're here, Miriel whispered, drawing her sword, a blade rumored to have been forged in Valinor itself, its edge keen enough to slice through shadow. The question now is whether enough of Gandalf remains to remember who we are, or whether the curse has consumed the last of the White Wizard. As if in answer, the mountain began to shake, dislodging rocks that clattered down the slopes around them. The sky darkened unnaturally, clouds spiraling inward toward a point higher up the mountain where a pale light pulsed like a malevolent beacon. "We have our answer," Thylon said grimly, drawing on the modest magical abilities he had developed under Gandalf's tutelage. Light bloomed around his outstretched hand, not the blinding brilliance his master could summon, but a steady glow that pushed back against the encroaching darkness, and a choice to make. Miriel's expression hardened as she raised her sword, its blade catching and amplifying Thalon's light. Then let us remind him who he was, or end what he has become. Together, the exile and the apprentice ascended toward the pulsing light, toward the corrupted form of the greatest wizard Middle-earth had ever known, and toward a confrontation that would determine whether Gandalf's final legacy would be salvation or destruction. The shadow of the White Wizard awaited, and with it, a test of loyalty, courage, and sacrifice that would echo through the ages yet to come. Story 6. The ancient spires of Crownhaven pierced the twilight sky like obsidian daggers, their silhouettes stark against the blood-red sunset. For 1,000 years, those towers had stood as a testament to the eternal king's power, unwavering, unchanging, and unquestioned. But on this night, as the twin moons aligned in the celestial dance known as the Convergence, something changed. The golden light that had always emanated from the highest tower of the timeless citadel flickered and died. In his cramped quarters within the Temple of Ages, Pellegrino's hand burned with sudden, searing pain. The young scribe dropped his quill, splattering ink across the ancient text he had been meticulously copying. As he clutched his wrist, golden light seeped through his fingers, etching an intricate pattern into his palm, a mark shaped like a crown. "Impossible," he whispered, his voice trembling. The temple bells began to toll, their mournful sound echoing through the labyrinthine corridors. Pellegrino knew their meaning before Master Thaddeus burst through the door, his normally composed face contorted with fear. The Eternal King has fallen into the timeless sleep. The old master gasped. And the crown? The crown of 1,000 lives is gone. Across the vast continent of Ithoria, in the wind-swept plains of the nomad wastes, the warrior Seraphina felt the same burning sensation as she drew her blade against a midnight stalker. The beast, a shadow creature that had been terrorizing her tribe for weeks, howled and retreated as golden light blazed from her hand. When the light faded, the mark of a shield remained. In the sprawling port city of Ravenport, the thief Thorn was halfway through a nobleman's window when his marked hand gleamed like a beacon, nearly getting him caught. He escaped with his life and a new sigil, a key, etched into his flesh. Deep in the whispering woods, the renegade sorceress Lyra was gathering moonflowers when her mark appeared, a star, causing the nearby trees to bend away as if bowing to an unseen force. And in the frost-covered mountains of the exiled kingdom of Northaven, Prince Darian watched as the mark of a sword appeared on his palm, the same night his father, the deposed king of the north, drew his last breath. 5 marks, 5 strangers, 1 ancient power awakening. "The marks are killing us," Pellegrino said, his voice barely audible over the crackling fire. 3 weeks had passed since the Eternal King's fall into the timeless sleep, and Pellegrino had fled the temple after learning the truth from forbidden texts hidden in the restricted archives. The mark on his palm had grown, golden tendrils now snaking up his wrist and forearm, burning beneath his skin. Across from him sat Seraphina, her weather-worn face impassive despite the pain he knew she must be feeling. They had met 2 days prior, drawn together by dreams of a great hall filled with clocks and a voice that whispered of 4 others who shared their fate. "In my tribe, we have legends of the Eternal King," Seraphina said, her accent thick but her words clear. "He was no benevolent ruler but a devourer of souls. The crown of 1,000 lives was forged to contain a power too great for any mortal to wield. Every century, it chooses 5 vessels to unlock the Hall of Time, where the true crown rests." "And the marks?" Pellegrino asked, though he feared he already knew the answer. "They are keys," came a new voice from the shadows. Both Pellegrino and Seraphina sprang to their feet, weapons drawn. A lean figure stepped into the firelight, his face half hidden beneath a hood, but his right hand glowed with the same golden light as theirs. "Odwin, keys unlock doors, but they also lock them." "Thorn?" The man introduced himself with a mock bow. "Master thief, occasional assassin, and apparently bearer of a mystical death sentence." By the time they found Lyra in the Whispering Woods, guided by their shared dreams and the pull of their marks, Pellegrino's entire arm glowed with golden light. The sorceress lived in a treehouse that seemed to have grown naturally from the largest oak in the forest, its branches forming rooms and corridors without breaking or bending. "I've been expecting you," she said, her silver hair floating around her face as if underwater. "The stars have shown me your coming, and the coming of the 5th. Prince Darian," Seraphina confirmed. "My people traded with Northaven before its fall. The mark of the sword would naturally go to the heir of the warrior kingdom." "But why us?" Thorn demanded, pacing the circular room. "Why 5 strangers with nothing in common?" "Nothing?" Lyra smiled cryptically. "Look closer." It was Pellegrino who realized it first. "We're all orphans," he whispered. "All of us lost our parents at a young age. And all of us were born during the last convergence," Lyra added. When the Eternal King completed his 900th year of reign, a heavy silence fell over the group. Finally, Seraphina spoke, her voice hard as steel. "Then we find this prince, and we go to the Hall of Time. If these marks are killing us, we have nothing to lose." Prince Darien was not what they expected. Gone was the noble heir to the warrior kingdom. In his place stood a bitter young man with frost-bitten cheeks and eyes like chips of ice. They found him in a tavern in the border town of Frosthold, drinking to forget the mark that was slowly consuming him. "I want nothing to do with the Eternal King or his crown," Darien spat when they approached him. "My father spent his life trying to overthrow that tyrant. The mark appeared the night he died, the night I swore to continue his fight. Then help us understand what's happening to us," Pellegrino pleaded. "The temple's archives spoke of the Hall of Time, where past and future meet, if we can find it." "Oh, I know where it is," Darien interrupted, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "Every child of Northaven knows. It's beneath the timeless citadel, in the heart of Crownhaven itself." Their journey to Crownhaven was fraught with danger. The Order of the Empty Throne, fanatical servants of the Eternal King, hunted them at every turn. The golden mark spread further, bringing both pain and strange new powers. Seraphina found she could create shields of golden light. Thorn could unlock any door with a touch. Lyra's spells grew exponentially more powerful. Darien's sword strikes could cleave through stone. And Pellegrino, the scribe, discovered he could read any language, even those long forgotten. As they traveled, they learned more about each other and the lands they passed through. Seraphina spoke of the nomad wastes, where her tribe read fortunes in the patterns of the stars. Thorn revealed how he had survived on the streets of Ravenport, stealing not out of greed, but necessity. Lyra taught them about the ancient magics that flowed through the land, magic the Eternal King had slowly been draining away. And Darien, gradually warming to his companions, shared tales of Northaven's glory before its fall. Pellegrino listened and learned, recording everything in his journal, but as they drew closer to Crownhaven, a terrible suspicion began to form in his mind. The timeless citadel loomed before them, its spires even more imposing up close. The city around it was eerily quiet, its inhabitants locked in their homes since the Eternal King's fall. The five companions, their bodies now more golden light than flesh, slipped through the streets like wraiths. "The entrance to the Hall of Time is through the Morning Gate," Darien whispered as they approached the citadel. "A passage only the dead are meant to travel, or those about to die," Lyra added softly. The Morning Gate was unguarded. After all, who would choose to enter a passageway rumored to lead straight to the afterlife? As they descended the spiral staircase beyond, the air grew thick with the smell of dust and time. At the bottom, a vast circular chamber opened before them. Thousands of clocks lined the walls, each ticking to a different rhythm. In the center stood a pedestal, and upon it rested a crown unlike any they had ever seen, not made of gold or jewels, but of pure light, constantly shifting and changing. "The crown of 1,000 lives," Pellegrino breathed. "And the 1,000 lives it has consumed," came a voice from the shadows. The Grand Chronologer of the Order stepped forward, his ageless face serene despite the 5 intruders. "Did you think you were the first to bear these marks? Every century, the Crown chooses 5 vessels, 5 keys to unlock this chamber when the Eternal King's current body fails. We're sacrifices," Seraphina realized, her voice hollow. "The Crown needs life to sustain itself." The chronologer nodded. And the Eternal King needs the crown to transfer his consciousness to a new body. One of you will be chosen to become the new vessel for his spirit. The others will fuel the crown for another 100 years. And if we refuse, Thorn challenged, the marks will consume you regardless, the chronologer said simply, but the crown will remain inactive, and without its power, the magic that sustains Ithoria will fade. The lands will wither, the creatures of magic will die, and darkness will consume everything. The five looked at each other, the golden light of their marks now engulfing their entire bodies. They had come seeking answers, seeking salvation, but found only an impossible choice. There must be another way, Pellegrino insisted, his mind racing through everything he had learned. The crown doesn't create magic, it channels it. If we could break the cycle by destroying the crown, the chronologer laughed. Many have tried, but Pellegrino wasn't looking at the chronologer anymore. He was looking at his companions, at the golden light that connected them. Not destroy, he said slowly. Share. Understanding dawned in Lyra's eyes. The crown draws power from sacrifice. But what if the sacrifice is willing? What if, instead of one taking all the power and the others dying, we all take a portion, Darian finished. We become guardians instead of vessels. Before the chronologer could react, the five joined hands, forming a circle around the crown. Their marks blazed with blinding light as they stepped forward as one. In that moment, as their hands touched the crown of 1,000 lives, time itself seemed to hold its breath. The 1,000 souls trapped within the crown over the centuries surged forward, free at last. The Eternal King's consciousness, dormant since his body failed, reached for them, but found not one vessel, but 5, each accepting only a fraction of his power. The crown shattered, its light flowing into the 5 companions. When the radiance faded, they stood transformed. The marks had spread to cover their entire bodies in intricate, golden patterns. They were no longer fully human, but something more, vessels not for a tyrant king, but for the magic of Ithoria itself. In the days that followed, the people of Crownhaven emerged from their homes to find not a new eternal king, but 5 guardians who vowed to protect the land and its magic. The age of the tyrant was over. The age of the crowned guardians had begun. And in the Temple of Ages, among the ancient texts, a new book appeared, the Chronicle of the 5 written in a script only those touched by the crown's magic could read, telling the story of how 5 strangers became the saviors of a world teetering on the brink of darkness.